And a very good afternoon. Welcome to the live stream. Hope everybody is well. And a very good afternoon, good evening to Scooby and to Amaze Tays and King K Games. Hope you are all well. And yeah, good idea about getting the coffee in. I've actually got a coffee and a glass of Coca-Cola. It's a very, very hot Sunday afternoon, early evening, has to be said. So we've got a few things today. We're going to start off with a run on the London-Brighton route. So we're going to do a East Croydon to Brighton on the Class 701, the flu variant. In other words, the longer unit. And then I finally got that 170 pack. I wasn't going to do, but I've got it. So we're going to do 3 runs there. We're going to do a Bromsgrove to Birmingham New Street. Then we're going to do a Birmingham New Street to Aston, and then a cross country, I should say, Birmingham New Street to Bromsgrove. Then West Coast Main Line South on that OTS 2019 timetable. Virgin Flowing Silk. We're going to do a Euston to Milton Keynes, and it seems to last a bit longer on the timetable than normal, so we'll find out what that's all about. And then finally, it's going to be the Bakerloo line, Elephant and Castle to Queen's Park. Good evening, Christopher. Hope you are well. And good evening, Charles. Well, that's the big question, isn't it? We're going to find out. I think it's a week on Tuesday, isn't it? The big dovetail summer direct, or whatever they call it. I always forget the exact name of it, but the big announcement, I think, is a week on Tuesday. Yeah, there's been some good results in the football field, Christopher, hasn't there? Certainly for Stoke, for Spurs, if there's any Liverpool supporters out there. But Shrewsbury had a little bit of a shaky start, I think it's fair to say, isn't it? 3 defeats out of 3. And yes, we're going to wait and see with very much interest what the new announcements are. So we're going to start off with, it's 9 Sierra 41, and it's the 1628. It's Cambridge to Brighton, but of course we'll be taking it from East Croydon. So let's get, where are we? London, Brighton loaded up. Yeah, I mean, we're going to know all the details, hopefully, next week, which is going to be fantastic. So, all being well, we'll have to do a bit of a live stream, sort of talking about the announcements when it all comes out. So we're going to do an FLU, flu, or a full length unit, as I believe it stands for. See if I can do a little bit better today on the old driving front as well, but no promises in that respect. So 9 Sierra 41, so it's the 1628 Cambridge to Brighton. All right, excellent, Christopher. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, well, we're not sure exactly when it's going to release. Middle of September, I think, is going to be the likely thing. I must admit, Mace Tays, exactly the same with me. Usually, I have a bit of a Sunday afternoon snooze as well before the stream starts, but my mate called me at about 3 o'clock, so I never ended up getting round to it. Yes, indeed, yeah. Yeah, well, I suppose the only thing you can do after starting off that way is it gets slightly better. I passed Shrewsbury's football ground on my journey from Manchester Piccadilly to Cardiff in the week on the Class 67. That was a cracking run, I have to say. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I thought so. I'd seen pictures. It looked as though they'd all been gathered, I think, at DTG headquarters in Chatham, haven't they? The ambassadors. Hello, Train Games. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're well. Yes, I have got the Blackpool route. Yeah, very good it is too. I think one of the ambassadors is Australian as well, isn't it? And he seems as though he's actually come over. I can't believe that he's specifically come over just for the purposes of the train game, but I'm sure there are other reasons going on as well. Well, there's plenty of places, King K. I mean, actually, Clapham Junction's kind of more interesting than Waterloo, because you've got continuous stuff coming through, but it's still, even then, it's only like basically EMU stuff. Ah, brilliant, Amazing says. I must admit, I've not got it plugged in at the moment. I do enjoy using it, but I just find it a slight faff with all the wires going on. I keep telling myself, I mean, I've got a nice decent socket for the USB, so as I plug all my USBs into one. But the lead on it isn't quite long enough. I desperately need to get myself a longer one for that, and then it won't make all the cables quite so taut. Ah, excellent Train Games. Yeah, it certainly makes a difference, doesn't it, with the mods? It has to be said. Good evening, Side Rail Official Group. Hope you are well. So we'll shut the doors, and then we should be due away any second. So we're calling at Gatwick Airport, Three Bridges, Balcombe, Haywards Heath, Wivelsfield, Burgess Hill, Hassocks, Preston Park and Brighton. So it's about just over 50 minutes all told. And we do have a green signal, so let's get underway. I mean, it's not been officially announced, Train Games, but you'll know in just over a week's time. But I think the safe bet is going to be something like the middle of September is the most likely. The one thing I would really like in these days for me controllers would be a brake controller, because I'm using the thing where you click on and use the horn for the brakes, but I'd love to have a separate brake controller installed. That would really make it immersive. That's right. That's the Lumo, Christopher, and that was the thing actually that when we were driving on the East Coast Main Line on the stream the other week, it seemed as though it just slowed the game down for some reason. I think there probably are mods, Train Games, if you're driving it on the PC. I mean, I haven't got an announcement mod included, I have to say. Yeah, I've got the combined one, yeah. So it's fine, you know, if you're driving this unit, obviously you've got the accelerator and the brakes all under the one control. But it's those stuff like when you're driving a loco and you've got the accelerator and the separate brake controller, so I have to like click on the button and you use the horn for the brakes. It's not quite as good. Good evening, Benji. Hope you are well. Yes, indeed. That's the point. Yeah, it's kind of a go via. It means we're going to pass through Purley at platform 2, but we're not stopping there. So I think the first. Did I say the first stop was Gatwick Airport? Yeah, it kind of is a bit like the Smurfs, isn't it? Wow, not that you're counting, Charles. I think kind of train games. Oh, good evening, Lawrence. Hope you're well. It's going to be kind of, you'll get a free upgrade. Again, providing you actually download it, there'll be a kind of a time period to do it, but you'll be able to upgrade to TSW6. But if you want the new routes and the new content, then needless to say, that's going to cost you. This really is a full length unit as well. So yeah, so Gatwick Airport is our first stop. And the good thing is, again, because there's a mod, rather than it saying RLU, reduced length unit, which is how it came out, it's actually got the full sticker on saying FLU, full length unit. Ah, right, okay. I don't know whether that's like on all of them, Christopher, to be honest. I presume that's just a particular one, is it, that's painted in those special colours? Yeah, I do quite like the Grand Central colours. I have to say they look quite smart, quite classy. Thank you very much, Train Games. I don't know what you mean by can I have a mod on your channel, but yeah, thanks for the kind words. That's really appreciated. Yeah, we had one that was advertised. Was it in '91? But we had one advertising one of the James Bond films a few years back, I seem to remember. There's been a few over the years. We certainly had loaded tube ones at one time as well. Yeah, certainly did amaze Tage. Yeah, it was absolutely lovely because I travelled down first class, but I mean, as far as what you get complimentary wise is kind of like free, you know, soft drinks, coffee, tea, biscuits, crisps, that sort of thing, cake, but it's not overly expensive. And then if you want a meal on top, then you have to pay extra, which I did. I had a 3-course meal, but it's done to a very, very high standard, and absolutely one of the most chilled out train games that I've ever had. Oh, good evening, Oscar. Oh, and excellent, Seaford. You're on the East Coastway. Yeah, that's. I bet there's some clever modders out there. You could probably do something like that. I did actually finally get round to downloading the editor before I went away as well, but I've only got as far as actually. I haven't really worked out how to load routes up and stuff, because I was intrigued by, as far as I can gather, it could in theory be possible to put catenary in on routes, because it's like a scenery item, I believe, but I haven't tried it. I haven't got it to work yet. Smurf Blue will be fine, Christopher. Oh yes, of course, Oscar. Yeah. Did you enjoy it? And did you manage to get on the simulator? Oh, I see what you mean. Train games. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I always think when you say mod, you're talking about mods for the game. But yes, I see what you mean, a moderator. We kind of haven't got any official moderators at the moment, but we kind of have, because Amaze Taze and Christopher kind of do the job for free, has to be said. Yeah, definitely make it interesting, wouldn't it? I think the trouble is then we're going to be thinking we want the bit in between as well, between East Croydon and Finsbury Park, so that we could do full Thameslink services. Absolutely. Yeah, you do the announcing, Oscar. That's great. I like it. But yeah, I've had a good week on the trains. I did 3 trains all in all. So I did Manchester. So I stopped away for 4 nights, but I did Manchester, Piccadilly to Cardiff, then Cardiff to Paddington, and then coming back, I went Euston to Wolverhampton, and then got a local train then back to Stone. Yes, indeed. He most certainly is. Excellent stuff. Got to keep an eye out for this first stop, actually, Gatwick Airport. I don't want to go flying through. Yeah, absolutely. That'd be that's a game of give and take. Oh, excellent, Oscar. What's that then? What new train is that? Some people probably do that anyway, King K, once they've had enough of me waffling on for several hours. I like it. Yeah, I've got to say, the expectations are fairly low. um, because over the last couple of weeks, I had a victory. I think it was 3 weeks ago now, but I've been hammered the last 2 weeks. Excellent. Where are we? So we're a mile and 2 minutes. There is always a station just catches you out slightly here just before Gatwick Airport, but I think that's is that Hawley? I think I'm right in saying. Changed up to we're still going a bit faster here actually. Must get a bit more brakes on. No, I mean essentially they'll just go through at line speed, so if the line speed's 125 mile an hour, then that's the speed they'll go through. That's kind of why they're always constantly putting up the signs and making the announcements about you standing well back from the platform edge and all that, because of the turbulence off the train a little bit. Yeah, busy old scene here at Gatwick. But it is kind of rush hour time-ish, isn't it? Here we go, so 12 car unit, and we're stopping at about the 12 car mark, so that's okay. Yeah, so we've got I think that's an EasyJet livery plane coming into land as well. But yeah, that busy old scene. We've got 3 700s, we've got a 377, and we've got a Gatwick Express as well, which presumably is heading back to Victoria.
Please note.
Yeah, they certainly come through at speed, don't they? And I think I'm right in saying, I think Hadley Wood, I think that's just before. It isn't quite 125, is it? But it's not far off. Yeah, I've got to say, King K, that I mean, that for me is kind of what makes trade sim really exciting, when you've got a full array of trains in the platform. That's what it's all about. That's what you want to see, because you see stuff like that in real life. You don't want to come into busy stations for it to be totally empty. Oh, very good, Christopher. Well done. Oh, you're on form today. I like it. So Three Bridges is next, and that's just over a couple of miles away. Excellent. Yeah, it's not far off, is it? Before you get the 125 go ahead, it's because you've got the double track section through Welling, haven't you? And then after Welling North, and then it becomes 4 track, and then it's pretty much 125, I think. Very good. Oh, excellent, Oscar. Yeah, I'll have to have a look at that. You've got it up, have you? Yeah, do you have a good time? Daft question, really. I'm sure you did. Yeah, it sort of builds up progressively, doesn't it, on the East Coast Main Line? You come out King's Cross and you build towards that bit, and then you kind of more or less 125 continuously, aren't you? After Welling North. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. There you go. You've not lived properly in the UK till you've had a hobnob, or even just a humble chocolate digestive is pretty nice as well. Oh, we're about on time as well, aren't we? We've got about 40 seconds to go until arrival time, so I won't speak too soon because there's a load of stops on this run. Well, we're being a bit too cautious. That's fine. Yeah, well, that's right. I do have an advantage there, don't I? Because I can react instantly. At least I don't have to try and type the messages, because try and type and read would be, I think, would be amazingly difficult. I think you do a great job, actually. Right, lock doors. Yeah, I must admit, in terms of train watching, I mean, there are like stations nearby, but I can't think of anywhere specifically where you would get a really good line side view. You need to have a look at Google Maps, that'll give you some ideas. Funny you should say that, Amaze Taze, actually. I was thinking about something possibly when we get the live announcement next week, but I was thinking I could probably just do it through the phone, to be honest. Right, where are we next? Balcombe, aren't we? 4.1 miles. Well, who knows, Charles? I mean, I think one of those that's going to be in amongst there will be the All Aboard. They are called All Aboard, aren't they? I'm sure I make a mess of saying their name every week. But the one that's featuring crew and the Just Trains route as well, because presumably the Just Trains route won't come out in the middle of September. That's likely to be usually October, November, something like that. Yeah, it is a lovely old station, Paddington. yeah, it's yeah, Stratford is has got such a lot of variety. I mean, I think that's why it's such a good place to be on Trade Sim World as well, and that's very, very evident with the way Johannes did with his add-on. Oh, excellent, King K. That sounds good. So I've got the new 170 pack. As I said, I wasn't planning on getting it, but I've finally given in. I've had a very quick drive of it for about 2 minutes. I'm not still 100% convinced about the sounds, but it'll do. Very, very hot afternoon again. Seems as though the sun always seems to come out for these live streams. I always get mixed up between Hyde Park and what's the other big one? Is it Regent's Park? Yeah, and of course Victoria's on this game as well, on this route, but it's just because we're doing a Thameslink service, that's why we've started off at East Croydon. Can't remember stopping too many times at Balkan before. I'm sure that marker's not right, is it? We can't have. Surely we needed to have gone a bit further down the platform. Yeah, but I was following what it said. It said we're 2 yards away, but I don't think that was quite right. Oh, wait a minute. We're not at Balkan yet. Oh, I'm being silly now, aren't I? That's a go via. We're not stopping at Balkan. Haywards Heath is the next stop. That was me being silly there. Oh well, we've had an unheralded. I know, I just realised, Scooby. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know how many years ago since Battersea Power Station was actually a real power station, but I mean, I think they're essentially just flats, aren't they? Now, I didn't realise you could actually go up to the top. Oh yes, of course. Yes, I'm max power, aren't I? Yes. I'd forgotten all about that. Oh well. that might put pressure on me now to see if we can actually still make it to Haywards Heath anywhere remotely on time. No, it's just Coke. I've just got, well, a Coca-Cola and I've got a coffee. I haven't tasted the coffee though yet. Oh, excellent, Christopher, yeah. Yeah, it's lovely that they've made something of it, I think, really, because, you know, for so many years, it was kind of just derelict, doing nothing, wasn't it? Right, so Haywards Heath is a definite stop this time. So we're going to be slightly late now because of the unheralded stop at Balkham. yeah, kind of. Ah, okay. Yeah, enjoy your work, King K. Ah, good evening, Luke. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're well. Let's get some brakes on. We've been a little bit too speedy, actually. Having said that, it could be the absolute perfect stop. I think the one I've got installed, Oscar, is from the from Creators Club, as far as I remember. Yes, indeed, Christopher. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be nice to have an official 345 in the game, wouldn't it? If we could do it from Paddington, would be lovely, or be at least part of the line out of Paddington. I've not got any on, actually, Luke, as it goes at the moment. It's too hot for socks. Good evening, Bob's Railway Madness. Hey up, dude. Hope all is well. Yeah, that's one thing you have to say about the 700. You've got the most magnificent view from out of the cab. It really is, and it's quite futuristic as well, with all the displays, some of which we can actually tinker with. Yeah, do you reckon, Oscar? Oh, you could have been. You could have had Dale Charman driving your Christopher. Right, so we're going via Wivelsfield. We're not stopping at Wivelsfield. Yeah, we have got trains with a smiley face on actually, but not so much in. I don't know if we've got any in the game, but yeah, it is. It's the 700, Bob. Yeah, on a Thameslink service into Brighton. This is using the PC modded timetable. So whereas Dovetail Games have never officially put the 700 in, this adds in all the 700 services. And the good news as well is it's a full length unit one as well. So it's a full 12 cars. We are stopping at Burgess Hill. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. Yes, of course. That sort of smiley face, yeah. Oh, we're going to go slightly past, but only by a couple of yards. We're all right. We can live with that. Yeah, shame, Bob. It adds a tremendous amount to this route. I don't think Dovetail Games, unless they produce a modded version of this route, I don't think they're ever going to do the timetable to include it. I think they kind of are worried that it's broke enough as it is. Yeah, this is a mod, Luke. So the reskin is off Creators Club, and then the modded timetable. I can't remember if it was from Trades and Community, or it might have been that Czech sort of modded thing. Oh yeah, definitely, Christopher. Yeah, you could spend. I mean, it's a while since I've been, but you could spend. I've been, I don't know, 4 or 5 times over the years, but you could spend easily spend half a day in it and not feel as though, because there's loads and loads of rooms. I mean, even there's a bit where you go around the looking at all the old royal trains and carriages, which is interesting in its own right. But you've got things like there's a bullet train in there. You've got like diesels, electrics, but obviously an absolute plethora of steam trains. Ah, excellent, Luke. Well, enjoy your holiday and enjoy your dinner, Oscar. Yeah, I kind of lost interest in getting around the Transport Museum. It's kind of interesting, but I don't think it's terribly exciting. And the great thing about the Railway Museum at York is you can actually wander up into the platform. There's like an elevated balcony towards the end, and you look out onto York Station itself. I'm Powerflower, Luke. Yeah, I've never been on one of those Amaze-Tays actually, but they do sound interesting. There's a lot going on. I think, as far as I recall, it's kind of, there's like an unofficial. I don't think they can make you pay for it, but I think they kind of suggest a donation, but they've got it set up as though it's like a ticket office, and you know, it's almost to make it quite intimidating if you decided you were going in for free. I seem to remember there was one day, I don't know if it's a Monday, but there was one day the last time I was in York when I was going to go around the place, and I picked the one day when it was actually closed. Yeah, well, fair enough, Bob. Yeah, I get that, but they kind of, I think they do effectively, actively encourage you to donate something, don't they? They kind of recommend how much they almost expect you to donate as your entrance fee, if you like. I mean, I think when I went, I think I didn't pay, you know, it sort of felt, well, for the effort that goes into it, it kind of felt worth it, really. But even stepping off the train at York itself, again, you just get that feeling of history and interest. It's, you know, it's a lovely old place. Right, so we've at least got now, so we're only 5 miles away, so then it's Preston Park, and then of course Brighton's just a little bit beyond it. Yeah, exactly right. That's kind of why I didn't have any objections to paying it, really. Yeah, York's just a lovely place, full stop, isn't it? Love to wander around York, but yeah, to go on the train there, it's is just a wonderful feeling in its own right. I don't know why, but even the fact that it's kind of on a bend makes it more exciting. This is the famous tunnel with the castle entrance. I always forget what it's called, actually. Yeah, York Minster I have been into. Well, enjoy your holiday. That'll come around quickly, Luke. Yeah, it's very, very close, isn't it? It really is. And of course, there is literally a physical connection in terms of trains or locos can actually get in and out of the museum directly from the main line. You know, okay, there's a gate that's normally closed most of the time, but they can open it up for movements. Yeah, I first went to the National Railway Museum in 1981, and it was the last summer of the Deltics. We weren't sure about that at the time, but it was the only time I've ever seen Deltics on the main line. try and get the speed down to 75. Yeah, surprised. I'm sure we've raised this subject before. I seem to. I'm kind of expecting you to say that because I recalled. I'm sure I remember you saying that before. But yeah, it's. I mean, like I said with the Greatest Gathering, it's better to see trains on the go and in action. You know, that's why I kind of prefer a heritage railway than going around a museum. But it's still good. They have that turntable as well, don't they? Every hour where they move everything round. Yeah, definitely. They say it's well, if you've got you've got a bit of time, it's yeah, it's definitely well worth it. I hadn't realised you had swore, Luke. Right, see if we can get this stop in correctly for Preston Park. Just takes a bit of extra effort with the braking, just because of the fact that we are a full length unit, and just takes a bit more stopping than it might do if we were a short formation. Ah, excellent, Oscar. Well, we're doing it the other way around. We're actually going Euston to Milton Keynes a little bit later on. Right, I had a feeling it's every hour, Bob, but I could be wrong. It's it's probably, I don't know, probably at least 10 years since I've been. Predictive text tape. Oh, I see. Right, okay. Right, I'm getting confused now. Yeah, I see. I've just seen the thing earlier on the Viking Museum. Yeah, got you. Yeah. I thought it was it had meant to put York, and it come out with Jorvik, but I see. Right, okay. Right, so Brighton is next. All right, okay. Are we talking there about the railway museum or the Viking museum? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, it's funny how these conversations can go very cross purposes sometimes. I like that. I love the sound mod of this 700. I have to say, I think it's one of the best sound mods that has been done, because the one that came out with it wasn't all that really. As we go past Lovers Walk Depot, you can tell I've got a few mods installed because we've got a Great Western Railway one in front of the Gatwick Express unit. And again, because we are just after 5 o'clock, so you can see just how busy. There's three 313s for a start in the depot, and then the station itself looking really busy. So I never remember whether the ramps are up at Brighton or not, but we'll take it easy. Yes, indeed. And we've got plenty of time because we've got a minute and a half before scheduled arrival time, so we are going to be about on time. Oh, let's have a look what's in let's have a look what's in Brighton station. So we've got a 313, of course, no longer in use now. 377, we've got a couple of 700s and a couple of, oh, does something weird there with the camera, but a couple of 377s, another 313 there on a West Coastway run as well. Penny farthings, yeah. Again, I love Brighton station. It's got great atmosphere. There we go, we'll be good for once. I'll put the tail lights on, ready for the return working for the next driver. Oh, there we go, that was quick with the score, amazing. So let's have a look. My score will be up in a very short while. One, 4, 2, 3, 2. I'll prepare for the 1-0 deficit already. I feel a bit like Shrewsbury Town at the moment. Let's get the doors locked. Oh, wow! Hey, I've actually managed to win. So right, there we go. That's kind of almost testing your maths out there, but what's that? About 90 points, isn't it? So wow. But yeah, well played. And for once, I've actually, if I don't do anything else good tonight, then at least I've started off with a success. But yeah, well played as ever. And generally, I have to say, when I do manage these wins, I generally sneak in a a pretty close one. Yeah, thank you very much. Oh, and again, that's of course that view there. That was from Brighton Station. Oh, yeah, so that started things off pretty nicely. Yes, I know the one you mean, Bob. Yeah, of course you were from Sheffield, aren't you? So that was from your neck of the woods. I think West Yorkshire were one of the first real areas. I remember this passenger transport executive thing, and it was, they were very, very active in terms of developing local train services, and one of the first to do it, as far as I recall, which was really good. So what have we got lined up next then? So we're now going off to Bromsgrove. So it's 1 Mike 56, the 0807. So this is a West Midlands Trains 170, Bromsgrove to Birmingham New Street. I'm not sure whether you've got the pack yet. I think you were planning on sitting it out, weren't you? As I was, to be honest. But we've got 3. I mean, they're only fairly short runs anyway, so I thought we'll have 3 of them. So that'll take us up to the next hour. Yeah, and of course, who remembers the 155s as well? Which, of course, now we've got the 153 in the game, but basically that was part of the 155s, which were one of the early super sprinters. Oh, excellent to Mace Tage, yeah. So you were persuaded as well in the end, were you? That is good news. I think there has been I've installed a bit of a sound mod for it, so I think it's a little bit improved. But I think the track joint sound a bit too quiet for me, and I'm quite obsessive about my track joint sounds. So yeah, so the idea is we're going to do Bromsgrove to New Street, then a New Street to Aston, which is on a Walsall service, and then we'll do a cross country one then, Birmingham New Street to Bromsgrove. Okay. Oh, that makes me feel guilty now, that does. That does make me feel guilty. And I know we've already got it, obviously, with the timetable, but I thought, well, it's nice that they have officially got a cross-country licence, I think. Right, Birmingham Cross City. So timetable 170 timetable. So oddly, it says 170 West Midlands trains, but the cross-country ones are bundled under there as well for some reason. I know. So what did we say we do? One Mike 56, I think. 0807. There it is. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, 1 Mike 56. 0807. Yeah, I mean, hopefully you'll get some value out of it as well. And I've not done it for this week, but there's some scenarios now on Creators Club for the Middle and Main Line as well, which kind of make it. Yeah, I'd love to see it officially in the game, Oscar. I'd love there to be proper announcements where every train in the station was announced just like it would be in real life. But sometimes the way the game plays and the performance, and I suppose the fact that it's got to accommodate PCs and consoles and everything else, whether we'll get a proper announcement anytime soon, I've no idea. But it'd be lovely to find out that that they've done it. So we've got a 323 waiting, and let us get the master key in. Doing that and to put headlights day running, that should do us. Actually, whilst we've just got a quick opportunity, oh, we have at least got some passengers then anyway, but those are now officially the West Midlands trains, or West Midlands Railway really seats. Now, I hope this won't be too loud, but I'm going to open the window because I still think it does still seem a little bit on the quiet side. And then we're due off at 30 seconds past 0809. So where are we stopping at with this? So just University and then Birmingham New Street. And then what did we say we were set up as? 5 car, wasn't it? And I think when they did the preview stream, there was an issue with the display, wasn't there, not showing up, but at least they fixed that by the looks of it. Yeah, it'd be good if we could properly. Be good if we could properly get to King's Cross, wouldn't it? In Train Sim World 5. I know that's what Scooby would most like. Have you got any car racing on this week, Scooby? Yes, I think it was for me as well, Base Tage, yeah. Which, that was the one thing, you know, it wasn't like a mega expense. So we're climbing up the famous Licky Incline now, aren't we? So this is, in railway terms, this used to be a huge climb for steam, in the days of steam. So you can see, even though, you know, we've got a modern diesel multiple unit, even then we're struggling up the hill a little bit. Ah, right, okay. So is this a new championship then, Scooby, or is this still part of the end of the season? Well, this is a 170, Oscar. barely hear that AWS actually coming through my headphones. That might be partly with having the window open. If it sounds a bit too loud, let me know and I'll shut the window. But I'm just thinking, if you shut it, it sounds a bit too low, doesn't it? I think it's better with the window open. Ah, okay, Scooby. Yeah. Oh well, that works out well for you then, doesn't it? Because you can do the race in peace on Saturday, and then you can concentrate on us all on the Sunday. Ah, excellent, Scooby. You do well. Yeah, it's quite funny there. The speed limit's restricted us to 75, but we've got absolutely zero chance of getting up to 75 at the moment. But pretty soon we'll be on level ground, and then we'll start to make proper progress. I tell you what, you're very good at it, Scooby, though. You know, obviously, week in, week out, you've posted your results, and you've never been far off the pace. Of course, on Licky and Klein, back in the day, they used to have to use banking locos, didn't they, to help the trains up, even as recently as the 70s and the 80s, I think. It is indeed, Oscar. Right, I was just checking on the score. Sorry, I'm a bit distracted there. Man United 0, Arsenal 1 at the moment. So the only challenge here is, again, it's a bit like the doing the Brighton run, but it's kind of remembering to stop, whereas when you're doing just a normal cross city line train, you're like stopping every few yards, it feels. So completely different feeling. Still climbing, but not at the same rate of knots as we were coming out of Bromsgrove, thankfully. So I think this has got the old lighting on, hasn't it? It hasn't got the lighting that you get with the more recent ones. And part of me kind of thinks that the older lighting is actually better. Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, I like a bit of both. I do like the challenge of a metro service, and you know, later on we've got a Bakerloo line train, and I think it's quite good fun. But I do enjoy these longish runs as well. Indeed, Oscar. Yeah, to Birmingham New Street. It is, yeah. Our next stop is University. This service is for Birmingham New Street. I always feel, actually, listening to a lot of the announcements that it's as though they're talking to you as a 5-year-old, and you know, it's kind of like listen very carefully, children, because I'm going to speak very slowly and very carefully. We're okay with yellow, aren't we? Why are we stopping? Okay, that wasn't very well played, was it? Oh, I know, yeah. South Western Rail. Yeah, but yeah, it doesn't seem to be around, does he, this week? And very often he's the last couple of weeks he's been sort of on 2 or 3 hours before, even with a brief message, so I'm guessing he's a bit busy today. There's a very slight hint of track joint sounds, but not particularly clear. Now, I never quite trust those repeaters thing ever since I came a cropper on the North London line. No, we're single yellow anyway. Welcome back, Train Games. Excellent, Oscar. You won't remember there being a time, perhaps before YouTube was a thing, but it's changed the world. I think it kind of depends on what you own already, but yeah, just have a look on Steam. I'm keeping an eye on these signals because we were on signal yellow, so I'm expecting we could come up against a red somewhere, so I'm being a little bit cautious. Yeah, that sounds about right, Oscar, I think. Yeah. Still single yellow, aren't we? Yeah. So you can see that the timetable's obviously quite generous because it suggested it's going to take about 6 minutes for us to get to university, and we're less than, well, a mile and a half away to University Station at the moment, so clearly it's not going to take that long. But we have got a service in front of us that's probably a stop in 323, I would imagine. And we'll kind of some brakes on ready. Again, this is where expert knowledge comes in, because if you knew exactly where these signals were, then you wouldn't get caught out. Here's the AWS ramps though anyway. I think we're yellow again, aren't we? Yeah, you will train games, and as Amaze Taze says, I mean, you can buy it. There's nothing stopping you from buying it now, playing on it, and then obviously once you get TSW6, then you'll be able to transfer any of your content over to the new game. But it's massively improved. I mean, the good thing about this add-on is that even if you don't own the PC mod, then it means you've got a busy Birmingham New Street now. You can tell all these mods I've got installed. I think that was a 323 and London Overground livery there. Again, we'll take this a bit cautiously because we don't know what the signal's going to be yet. I think I can spy another yellow. Yeah, definitely another yellow. Hi, Seb. Yes, indeed. It might be one of yours, Scooby. Yeah, welcome again to the stream, Seb. Hope you're well. Here we go. So this is our one stop before New Street. We've got a passenger wandering over the yellow line. There we are, 5 stop marker. Yes, I do have the 805 mod. Yeah, amazingly, I've actually remembered to stop at the right station, Oscar. So we've got 2 minutes 45 seconds before we're due off as well. Of course, this is where you've got the I think it's the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, isn't it? I can get my bearings right. Looks a bit like a cruise ship. No, I'm looking the wrong side, aren't I? It's over here, I think. Ah, excellent, Scooby. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, this week with being away, I've been properly out of sorts, so I haven't had masses of chance even to look what's been available on Train Sim Community. Yeah, this is the hospital building, and again, it's good to see stuff like that as like a custom build. Yeah, well, it works okay for me. Train games. Is the sound okay, by the way? Can you? It doesn't sound too loud, or would you prefer me to shut the window on the train? Just think it's nice to hear the engine as best we can, really. Yeah, so nice livery. Oh, that's good. I'm kind of not sure what sort of livery is going to turn up on these 323s now. I know, conventional West Midlands Railway one. Oh, thank you very much, Train Games. Nice of you to say so. Oh, that's good. We should hopefully get a buzz from the guard. There he goes. Give him 2 beeps back. Oh yeah, went into neutral, didn't we? Yeah, well, you've certainly got. There's a couple of people here on the chat who would definitely love to see that. So Mace Tay's been one, Scooby being the other. So who knows? We wait with interest to see what the routes are going to be for TSW6, and looking forward to that. And of course, we've got King's Cross in the game already in a roundabout fashion, but as we proved the other week, it's slightly tricky to get into off the North London line. Yep, certainly is, Oscar. Yeah, that'll be good. I mean, realistically, I think you're more likely, if we do get it, it's more likely to be Peterborough to King's Cross. But, you know, we've already got Peterborough to Doncaster, haven't we? But it would be quite nice. As I said before, I quite like the idea of the sort of the triangle around Leeds. So it'd be quite nice to have sort of Doncaster to Leeds and then Leeds to York, and then have the main line. I think it's what they called at the time the diversionary route, because it avoids Selby, and was paid for by the National Coal Board at the time. I'm not sure, Scooby. I'm definitely not doing it tonight. It was quite good fun, but quite stressful at the same time. I've since realised as well that free roam occasionally plays up a little bit. Doesn't necessarily work. You can put certain trains down, and not all the buttons actually necessarily respond on free roam. But the one thing, of course, we definitely do have to look forward to is the extension of the North London line to Richmond as well, which is going to be brilliant. Well, we are, Oscar, but we've got 40 now, so I'm trying to keep to the speed. I am winning at the moment. How long that will last remains very much to be seen. And getting into Birmingham New Street is a little bit of a challenge, because you've got to get that 20 just about right, and then you're 10, but it's like you're on a downhill gradient coming into New Street. And the question is, are we going to be... See, I'm slight speed in there already. Are we going to be held? I think the signals are going to get us into New Street, I reckon. And this is where it's going to be key, because really I've slowed down too early. So, you know, I'm definitely going to get down to the 20 okay, but I've kind of done it too quickly, so you end up in that situation where keeping to the timetable is going to be quite challenging. So it's still 20 there, so that's a yellow, and then the 10 is more or less as you merge out of the daylight, isn't it? All change, please. All change. This train terminates here. Well, if that's us, that sounded quite distinctive going over the points that time, but... Or is that the 350, baby? Oh, we've got a busy old scene. We've got a 350 coming in, a 350 going out. I can see a Pendolino over there. This is how Birmingham New Street should have been right from the off. Absolute nightmare trying to keep to 10 mile an hour, and as I said, you're just always on, a slightly descending gradient as well. There's a Cross Country 170 on the right. Yeah, it really is. And I mean, it started off with spiky Yorks when I did that representative of the 730. And I have to say that's been one of my most popular videos. I think over 7,000 have watched that. Not as many as the Elizabeth line one. But yeah, it's great to see New Street looking as busy as this. Right. So yeah, it's a good little scenario. So that was just a short one. So there's my score, 4833. I was trying to pretend I'm not that you'd not noticed, Scooby. It suddenly panicked me because the thing was I was trundling through the station, minding my own business, and completely forgetting that I got to stop in the middle of the platform. I suppose that's one of the great things about it being 10 mile an hour. It gives you a chance to stop in time. Well, we're going to carry on with the 170. And we're going to do 2 more runs. So we're going to do a short run out from New Street to Aston in a second. So we'll hang on. Oh right, okay. I didn't realise you'd finished Amaze Days. Oh well, there you go. Well done. Oh, you've won that one. 60 points for you. I think that was timekeeping, wasn't it? It's got to be timekeeping. I got an on-time bonus 107. So yeah, well done, well played there. So as it was only a shortish run, I'm not going to reload the game. We should be all right, I think. I'm going to take the chances on these next 2 actually. But yeah, well played. So that's 1-all. Yeah, pretty close. It was, wasn't it? Pretty close, but yeah, well played. 1-1. So Cross City again. I mean, this is going to be an even harder one to separate score-wise because again, I think it's only something like it's about 9 minutes or something. It's a very short run. So which one did we say I was going to do? This is 1 Golf 060825. So Shrewsbury to Walsall. I've got to say as well that I can see a run coming on Train Sim Classic for a recorded video at some point to do Shrewsbury to Cardiff. Now I've done it in real life. Yeah, it would be good, Scooby, if you could. I'm sure you would be good. Oh, excellent train games, yeah. And of course, it's been around in the game for well over a year now because it first was released by Rivet Games for the 5 circle route. But yeah, great to see now we've got it in West Midlands Railway livery and also cross country as well. Yes, indeed, Seb. Yeah, excellent to know. Well done. Yeah. Did you enjoy your tea? day running. Unlock doors. Oh right, oh sorry Seb, I'm mixing you up with somebody else. I can't remember, there was somebody who said they were off to dinner. So, I mean, we're obviously getting as far as Aston, but then in real life we go Whitton, Perry Bar, Hampstead, Stonebridge Parkway, Bescott Stadium and Walsall. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, well, we've got. I mean, that's Bakerloo line coming up towards the end. But yeah, that would be good. We've got a nighttime run from Elephant Castle to Queen's Park set up. There we go. Got a nice Pendolino there. We've got a cross country 170 coming in. Well, yeah, I mean, after we've done the we've done this, we've got the West Coast Main Line coming up. Whilst after this, we've got another 170 run, and then we're on to West Coast Main Line. Again, we've got a pesky little downhill section to negotiate. Yeah, Me Too trade games. I think it's got to be the favourite route. And again, I mean, it's lovely to see Birmingham New Street looking so busy, but it's exciting now with what the sort of stuff we get at London Euston. And it's another chance to have a look at the 2019 timetable as well. But it's certainly the most interesting route we have in the game, and I think it's the most exciting route that came out certainly for TSW5. Sort of, it's kind of like different routes all in one go. Having the Bakerloo line is just one thing, but you've got all the 350 runs, you've got the overground runs, as well as the Class 66 stuff, as well as the Pendolino stuff. Let's try and get the brakes down to 15. Yeah, I must confess, that's I mean, it's not the only reason, but I quite like driving trains in the sunshine anyway. But it's kind of one of the reasons why I don't tend to do them in the rain, because it's, again, it has such a, it can have a detrimental effect of the game. I think, you know, when you're getting, like you say, 10 frames per second coming into Euston, it just kind of makes it feel unplayable. And I think you said as well, you know, you're wondering about the catenary having a bearing as well, and I think there must be some truth in that, because you think of Victoria without the catenary, it's still a very, very busy station, but it copes with it admirably well. Well, that's the other thing, isn't it? It you know, it detracts from the realism. It looks awful, but it's also, as you say, it's a struggle to control it properly. Yeah, I'm going to try, Oscar. That's the idea. So we've got a 350. Which again, as far as I recall, we obviously didn't have the 350s on the original timetable either. So, you know, you'll have local Walsall services, I think, which would probably use 350 sometimes. Yeah, absolutely, mate. I must say that, you know, I do keep thinking about it, and, you know, stuff I need to do to improve it. I mean, I think that there is a limit to what how better I can make it look on the stream, because of the broadband a little bit, but I still want it to run as fast as I can possibly get it. Be nice to have everything like maxed out into ultra as well, in a way, and still for it to run well. It's funny with the concentration though on this thing. I mean, I'm assuming the that AWS was for the speed limit. That this one's for the signal, but I kind of left the station not having a clue what the next signal was going to be. Last time I stopped at Aston, I made the point that that Aston Villa's football ground wasn't there, and somebody said I was looking in the wrong place. But I think either way, it's definitely not modelled in the game. So we're okay signal-wise, because we are literally into the platform, and then it's all right having a red signal then, because as long as we can stop before the end of the platform, that is, of course. very difficult to keep time. Ah, excellent, the Mace. That just about counts as being on time though. 08:35. Okay, it was nearly 08:36 by the time we opened the door. So 2075, and oh crikey! Oh, well, again, very, very, very narrow. Yeah, 2,109. So 34 point margin, wasn't it, with that one? That's 2-1. To me, yeah, I think you mentioned Oscar. I don't think you said, did you? Did you have good fun on that? But yeah, well played, Mace Tays. But yeah, again, a very, very close one. Yeah, that sounds good to me. I'm going to get another Coke actually. Actually, I haven't drunk my coffee, but yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so we're having some good contests tonight. Yeah, that's perfect. Yes, absolutely. Well, I haven't finished my coffee off from earlier, but yeah, it's a good chance of a break, and I'll get another coffee. I'll get another Coke on the go, as it were, and then we'll be back in a minute. I need to start putting some slides up or something, don't I, for these little interludes for when I go away for the half-time break. But yeah, back in just a second. Back after the break. Yes, indeed, Oscar. Yeah, to the trains. Um, Our excellent King K. Yeah, that's great. So we're doing another 170 run. So I've kept it going. It's always a bit of a risk because the longer you keep the game running for, then there is the chance of the game dumping on you. But I was kind of thinking, well, you know, 3 20-minute runs is should be doable, I would have thought. So I'll close it down after we've done this next run. Excuse me. And that is going to be... where's me paper gun? Must be on. Oh, it's over here, isn't it? Ah, right, excellent. Oh, I'm jealous now. You're bound to win the next one then if you've got some hobnobs to back you up. So we've got the cross country one this time. So 1 Victor 1 4, the 1828 Birmingham New Street to Bromsgrove. Shall we try the 6-car one, shall we, maybe? I don't know if it makes any difference. Oh, perhaps... perhaps... Oh, yeah, there we go, yeah. 1v... Oh, 1v1 4. What did I say? 16. 1828. Ah, perhaps it's perhaps it has to be the 5-car one then. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it has to be the 5-car. Yeah, I could definitely see that, Scooby. I think, like I've said before, I'd be a bit disappointed though if it was just St Pancras to Bedford. I think it's kind of, if it could connect with Leicester. What I really want to see with these Train Sim World routes is kind of a point to it. I'd love to see where you could do that route and then you can move on to the other Middle and Main line and then carry on through to Nottingham. That would really feel like something that was got some point to it. Oh, excellent Amaze Days. Yeah, we'll see what it loads up for me, whether it'll be the same. Yeah, Crewe to Holyhead. Well, I don't know whether they go to Holyhead. I think it's more likely to go to Llandudno, but that could be the All Aboard Studios route. We know Crewe is coming. We know it's set in the modern day. Oh, there you go. My Pendolino is a conventional liveried one. Yeah, well, that's right. That's the one thing we can be certain about. Oh, hang on. I didn't need to do that. Headlights are meant to put on. Day running. So we can't go till... No. I think I've confused it with getting the beep beeps, but it doesn't matter. Let's keep them unlocked for the time being. Oh yeah, I had forgotten about that actually. Oh, good evening, Josh, and welcome again to the stream. Oh, you picked a good night again, because after this run to Bromsgrove, we are going to be taking one of your services on the OTS 2019 timetable. Yeah, I suppose you never know. It's a bit of a... I don't know. I don't think it's too exciting enough for a route, and I've kind of got this hunch that population's got a little bit something to do with it, and that's partly why West Coast Main Line South is so popular. So I can't really imagine, you know, a route that involves Wrexham. I can't really imagine it being that exciting. You'd have to have, you could have the branch from Chester, I suppose, but yeah, good to welcome you again, Josh. It's good to see you. So this is my first time driving the this official add-on for the 170. So we should be. Oh no, we still got the stop at University. And these are on the Nottingham Cardiff runs, which it's actually possible to do a full run from Cardiff to Nottingham using Train Sim Classic as well. Good evening, Benji. Hope you are well. Try and take it easy out of the station. At least we're going uphill slightly, so it's slightly easier. It's at this point where you see this big plume of diesel fumes going up into the air as it disappears up into the tunnels. And I certainly remember how Birmingham New Street used to be in the 1980s. Yeah, they're just slightly different to control than an electric train. It just takes just a little bit more concentration. Yeah, it would be kind of good. You know, I mean, ideally, you're thinking, well, the cross country license is coming out. It'd be nice to be able to extend it out, really, and it's probably asking too much from New Street down to Bristol Temple Meads. And again, just a quick shout out to, I know a lot of you are watching, certainly I think everybody that's in the chat is already a subscriber. Thank you very much for your ongoing support. But anybody new that's watching, then welcome aboard, and if you would consider liking and subscribing, I'd be tremendously grateful. Try and get us up to that 1,000 mark. I mean, whatever the crew route is, it's going to excite me because its crew is just up the road from where I live. I'm only I was a bit worried then for a second, but this is 5 ways, isn't it? But crew's, you know, only about 12, 13 miles away, so it's very much a station close to my heart, and also it's just one of those great stations in the country as well, with all those junctions and possibilities emanating from it. But so it'll be magical to see it. I mean, somebody suggested Crewe Derby, which I wouldn't be adverse to, because again that would feature Stoke as well, which is even closer to me than Crewe. But I don't know, I just can't quite see that that's got the wow factor. unless they also included, if you had kind of had crew Stafford by both ways, you know, that would be quite nice. But again, you have to limit what your expectations are. I think I'm as guilty as anybody of saying, oh, it'd be lovely if they could do this route, but it'd be great if they could add this bit in and do this bit and do the other in, and we know it just doesn't happen like that. Yeah, it would be good in that sense, and as you say, that's exactly the right way of looking at it. It certainly is a hub, but the actual route itself, it's quite interesting between Crewe and Stoke, but between Stoke and Derby's fairly flat and boring. Yeah, I hope so too, Scooby. And again, it's going to be a bit of a balancing act because, I mean, the yards behind Crewe Station, Basford Yard and the electric depot and the Heritage Centre, it's absolutely humongous. So you have to do a balance, I think. Absolutely. Just imagine that. I mean, goodness knows, a few years' time, we're going to end up with computers that can actually handle that. That would be the really cool thing, wouldn't it? You could just pick any train to anywhere, and you had the whole of the railway network built in it. Yes, indeed. And I've said it many times, but I mean the first oh, here's another cross country one coming in. The very first train game I ever played on was on the Commodore 64, and basically there was no sounds. You just had writing on the screen telling you where you're at, and you kind of actually just imagine it, really. Yes, exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly how it should be. And again, you know, that's the contrast between what Dovetail Games created and what somebody with right button this time with Josh's skills was able to create. So we are downhill, so I haven't had to worry about I still haven't tried out this hill start. And I'm quite intrigued as well because the run I've done for the Pendolino it's a fairly early morning one. I think it's 05:25 out of Euston on a Liverpool Lime Street service, and for some reason it takes a bit longer than the usual run. So I'm guessing we're probably going out on the slow lines, but we'll see. I mean, when I was on the train yesterday from Euston to Wolverhampton, it did actually leave Euston, and it did actually go through the slow line tunnels at Primrose Hill, and it took quite a while. I think it was Wembley before we actually gained the down fast line. Yeah, absolutely. Well, we haven't got long to wait, have we, Josh? And I know your hands are tied and everything. But all is going to be revealed, and hopefully it's going to be exciting stuff. Yes, indeed, Oski. Yeah, Bromsgrove, our next stop. I'll try and remember as well before we leave to just have a walk through the train, with it being my first look at this official 170, or first time official cross country 170. But yeah, I did see a couple of photos the last couple of days, I think, of I can't remember, was it Megasim maybe, but somebody with showing photos. They were wearing t-shirts and they were clearly on a train they'd either just been to or were just going to Chatham, I think. So that was fairly clear. And I suspect it's kind of like really exciting. It must be very frenetic, I would imagine, at DTG at the moment. And I imagine there's a lot of work that must go in last minute to get things just about over the line. But also exciting times as well. No, that's right, and I know there's definitely somebody from Australia that's an ambassador, and of course that's the whole point about Trades and World. It's obviously not just about the UK. I mean, somebody was suggesting that there's going to be another Dutch route as well, and I kind of hope that happens, if not coming out immediately with TSW6, but I'd love to see sort of central Amsterdam, from Schiphol to into Amsterdam. That would be great. Yeah, certainly a bit earlier in the year, wasn't it? Yeah, there's I mean, in terms of like the software developers, there's that TSG, isn't there? Trades of Germany, who do an amazing job. I mean, I know obviously Josh knows yeah, I think they had done like in-house with DTG, aren't they, the American routes? But I think I know the DTG did say that the Netherlands railways were really incredibly helpful with them building it, and I think they kind of had unprecedented access. Oh, excellent, yeah, Maze Tays, yeah. We wait with interest as well, and I know that Josh will know, and obviously can't say, but he'll know what Tom and the Just Trades team have been up to as well. And of course, that will be one of the highlights of the year, because we just know already, after Blackpool branches and after the West Coast Main Line over Shat, we know that the Just Trains route will be tremendous quality. Yeah, definitely right, mate. I was thinking about that. It still remains one of my favourite add-ons. And I always say this, but it's I think we get so much content that comes out in a year. Sometimes I'm as guilty as anybody of kind of not fully taking advantage of them. Well, in terms of what, I know there's been a fair bit of American stuff King K produced, but is there a kind of a definitive American route that's not existing that you'd like to see? Feels a little bit hazy, doesn't it? But we're into the early evening at this point. I think Tom explained that, didn't he? I think, am I right in saying you're really Josh, but for some reason they know you as John? Am I right in saying that? Do you mean in terms of the quantity or the quality, King K? Yeah, I thought that was it. I thought I remembered Tom explaining that. Now this is going to take some. Got to be careful here, haven't we? Because this time we're descending the Licky incline. It also seems to be, again, I mean, I don't know much about them, but it feels as though things like the NEC route, it seems tremendously slow and cumbersome at times. But I've still got a little bit of a soft spot for the NEC though, because I remember Microsoft Train Simulator. It was kind of like the first really decent route that I ever did. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's great. I have to say, I mean, to be honest with you, I've very often watched Tom's stream, but I tend to be, you know, because I spend so much time with doing this stuff, I tend to just kind of lurk and watch rather than actually commenting. But I have to say, he's probably one of the best YouTubers, because he's just, you know, very knowledgeable and laid back, and just good to listen to. Ah, excellent. Amazed Taves. Well, you certainly beat me to it in terms of getting there anyway, so I'm wondering whether I've been dawdling a bit. We're going to be late anyway. Yeah, they really are, yeah. And, you know, he's obviously as well able to add a bit of insight into what he's created. Which is always fascinating to hear as well. Yeah, I think any station, you know, regardless where it is in the world, but if you know it's busy in real life and it's a bit quiet on the game, it's just, you know, it's a complete turn off really. You just want it to be busy, busy, busy. Ah, excellent, Josh. Yeah, I know that's a bit of a favourite, isn't it, from time to time. We could almost have a Dutch livery train in there, couldn't we? That's kind of in that style, but of course it was West Midlands Railway livery for a while. I think that's just one of the mods I've got installed though. Right, so 5122, and then we'll see what. Oh my word! Wow! Wow! Well, I'm on fire. Ah, excellent. Wow, I'm having one of my better nights on the train driving front. This is looking good, and again, reasonably, really close. You know, what's that? 39 points difference. I'm quite pleased though, because you know, they're always good contests, but I've been hammered the last couple of weeks. So let's close that down so that we can load up the West Coast Main Line South route. I know, I think you're right, Mace Taves. I know you're thinking, hang on a minute, what's this? What's going on? Yeah. Usually what happens though now is I think, right, I'm doing all right. I've got a lead going. So I relax a bit, and then I'll have it lets loose on the next run that I do, which is kind of exactly what my driving instructor said when I was learning to drive all those years ago. He was like, right, he says usually what you do is you drive perfectly for ages, and then for the last half an hour you start getting to pot. He says, just as I'm relaxed and starting to enjoy it, and then it's kind of the other way around now for me. Yeah, we'll have to get him to have a go at it sometime. I don't think he's ever played Train Sim World. He has played many years ago. I've given him a go on Train Sim Classic. All right, Arsenal won 1-0 at Old Trafford. So we have, so it's the 0525, I can remember that. It's 1 Foxtrot 10, and it's the Virgin Flowing Silk Pendolino. And then we'll figure out why it takes a little bit longer. I mean, that's me hunch. I'm guessing we leave Euston and then we're on the slow lines for either all or part of the journey. I think they do stuff like this just for kind of route learning reasons, don't they, sometimes? Yeah, that's very, very true, actually, Maze Tage, yeah. And I'm certain that there's absolutely no chance I've got of coming anywhere close. Now, it's going to be a nuisance having to reinstall all these routes when TSW6 comes out. And again, because I've got quite a slow broadband connection living out in the country, I'll kind of stagger it and do it over several nights. Yeah, it'd be great, Josh. Yeah, that would be really, really good. Wow, that is that. Now that's a train and a half, isn't it? I love that. So here you go. You see, because most of the trains, even the one stopping at Watford Junction, take about 30 odd minutes, but this one takes 48 minutes. Yeah, that would be absolutely superb. So we should be just about on schedule, I think, for tonight, because after this we've got the Bakerloo line, so that will work out well. Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. And again, it was good to see being on the real line yesterday. Great to see all the freight that you see coming through. It's really, really busy always, the West Coast Main Line. No, we haven't got a freight run in tonight's schedule, so just for a change, I thought we've had quite a few freight runs done. Yeah, that would be good. Yeah. Right, where are we? So. Now. Let us just try and make sure we get these right for once. Because usually, a time or two, I've actually thought I've done all these and then found that I actually haven't. So reverser is in forward. Oh yeah, press me. The headlights. Day running. Still worries me every time setting this train up, because I seem to go through a phase of, I think I've put the AWS on only to find that I've actually managed to switch it off in the process. But it looks as though everything's normal there, isn't it? I think. So we're due off at 05:27. And actually we've got, that's nice, we've got two flowing silk. Well, I think the Bakerloo line one doesn't matter, because it's just the actual Bakerloo line, so you'll be okay with that. Yeah, and of course this is Virgin Trains as well. Still paranoid that I've not set that up right. Yes, I did read that, Amaze. Yeah, it looks as though that's going to be fascinating, isn't it? But it's going to be a few years, isn't it? Was it 2030, did I read? Before they will be operational. Wonder if TSW's clever enough to tell you off if you're sounding your horn at an inappropriate time, but I wouldn't have thought so. It took me absolutely ages to get used to the 390s going into Avanti West Coast livery, because it just didn't look right, because they literally were Richard Branson's baby, and it just seemed really, really odd. Now if this does go on the slow lines, then it's going to be exactly like it was yesterday. I forgot to notice what platform we came out of Euston on, but yeah, basically this is what we did. We went up Camden Bank this way. Yeah, it's going to be exciting times. Good evening, GMD legend. Oh, have I forgotten? I knew there was something. I always get this blasting thing wrong. Is it one of these? Do you know, I get dead confused with this. Amount of times that I have driven this train and I get confused. I'm certain it's one of these damn things down here, isn't it? Yeah, it says AWS fuse closed, doesn't it? Ah, it's there. There we go. Right. I've got it. I do it in a bit of an odd way. But yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Good evening, Concord. So, there we go. That's definitely going to knock me some points off there. Look at that. I think that's just a magnificent looking livery. I mean, in some ways, I've got a bit of a preference for the original Virgin livery, but this looks pretty awesome. I know, you're right, mate, yeah. Bear in mind, I've been driving this thing for 12 months. I think it's because... oh, now I'm speeding. I told you I'd go all to pot and ruin this run. I think it's because to open the fuse you could do the control shift, and I was trying to just do it from doing it from the back board. So if you do control shift and then put all your other ones into normal, then it works fine. Yeah, I think you're in with a good chance in this run, Amazed Taze. So we are stopping at Watford Junction. Yeah, I love this kind of early morning vibe that we're getting here. So I presume that this is routed in this way. I presume it is some sort of driver route knowledge thing, so that if it happens in real life and they happen to be directed onto the slow lines, then they know what they're doing, because obviously this wouldn't happen all of the time. Hurtling through Queen's Park. Yeah, it felt as though when this livery came into being, that it was kind of gone before we knew it. I don't think they certainly got round to painting all the trains into the colours, and then they started, once they'd lost the franchise, they started to get them out into that kind of matte livery, didn't they? And then even when they became Avanti, it was absolutely ages before everything was painted into Avanti. I know, like, COVID got in the way of things. You often find that with liveries, and I mean that was very true of British Rail blue and grey, because you had a thing where at one time all the older DMUs and EMUs were like all over blue, whereas the intercity passenger stock was blue and grey. Well, there's a Freightliner. This is a pretty long one. There we go. But yeah, some liveries just suit trades better than others, and you kind of almost feel as though they'll design a train and design the livery a little bit around a particular train, but then they have to apply it onto another train. So that's kind of how it goes a little bit with standard liveries. So very, very early in the morning at this point. Right, we can go up to 90 now. I mean, I think the Avanti, I'd say it took me a while to get used to it, but I think the Avanti livery does work nicely on the Pendolino now, and on those 805s and 807s as well. Oh yeah, you're right, yeah. Yeah, I'd forgotten about the 75 for Wembley Central. There was briefly a 90, but then you slowed down for 75 for Wembley Central. And it's quite a stylish livery actually, Avanti. Once I got used to it. Yeah, it does. And I've yet to travel on a 805 Avanti one. What I mean is, obviously, you know, they're basically very similar trains, aren't they, to the IATs from Great Western Railway and the Zoomers on LNER. Oh, evening, Peter. I mean, I was slightly prejudiced because when they first came out, much as though I liked the, you know, the fact that they were a impressive train, I still absolutely loved the old electrics. So the 86s, the 87s, the 90s, even the old class 81s, 82s, 83s, 85s. So I was a little bit lukewarm, shall we say, about the Pendolinos when they first came out, and I still, even now, I rue the days of the when it changed. You know, it was lovely to have. It was lovely having the old electrics. Yes, your favourite. That's the one thing about, another great thing about this route, of course. It's absolutely flooded with 378s. Because this is from 2019. Yeah, I think this is, again, a standout train which just had to be done for Train Sim World. And okay, we can only do it with scenarios, but I've quite enjoyed driving the Pendolino on the runs that I've done from Preston to Carlisle as well, and that's a nice stretch. I mean, I don't know. I think they're all right, but I think it's a criticism that I think everybody would label with them about the quality of the seats. Sometimes the seats are a little bit like ironing boards. try and make sure we get the speed down to 90 this time. And also, we mustn't forget we got Watford Junction coming up. And I always think this arch here, that's kind of a reminder. I think you have Carpenter's Park and then Bushy. Yeah, you certainly feel as though, again, driving the Azuma, and you know, obviously the 805, you notice a completely different experience in terms of power, and you certainly go hurtling away, whereas this feels as though it takes a little bit more effort. Yeah, it's one of those subjects that I mean, I like trains obviously more than my brother does, but we both enjoy. He enjoys getting on trains as well, but that's one subject not to get him started on. He'll go on and on and on about the quality of seats on new trains. Yeah, this remains. I mean, it still is the premier line, and yeah, hopefully we want more. We want to see the East Coast Main Line. We'd love to see the Midland Main Line. We'd love to see the Great Eastern Main Line, but this will always stand out as being a great route, and of course, even better now that we've got Josh's this wonderful timetable. Get some brakes on. Well, I mean, I've said before, I could be completely wrong, but I've got a strong feeling that we're going to get a Voyager, because for the life of me, you're not going to go to the faff of getting the cross country license just for the benefit of those 170s in the cross city line. You want a proper route that and another train to operate them on. And they're still very much the mainstay in the heart of the cross country network, aren't they? And that's probably one situation where you really do need it to have the ability for be running late a little bit, because they run such long distances, the cross country services, then they're nearly always late, it feels. Yeah, they are a bit. They've always been a little bit on the rattly side, I think. I mean, if you think that, you know, essentially they came out very similar time to the Pendolino. Oh, we've obviously got like a transitionary phase, haven't we, with this 2019 timetable? So you've got a 710, but alongside it a 378. And we obviously saw a Southern 3772 as well. Yeah, again, and I presume that's to just bolster, because the thing was, I mean, when they were first introduced, they were like four carriage trains, and they were replacing very often much longer stock, and I think the idea was they were increasing the frequency of the timetable, but it was an absolute horrible experience to begin with, and nearly every train was rammed. I mean, luckily now, you very often, usually most of the voyages are run in double sets, but it's still quite overcrowded. But that's got to help out cross. I keep going to say cross city. It's got to help out cross country massively. Yeah, it'd been absolutely lovely to see the 91 in the game. I think many people have requested that. Oh yes, of course. Yeah. Forgot to point that out, but. Yeah, and we've got that on Train Sim Classic, haven't we? The Watford Junction to St Albans Abbey, which is quite a short route. Do you know, I don't think I've ever downloaded it. I'm not sure I've got the current. There's a backdated Train Sim that now incorporates that, and I must give that a run at some point. Hey up, I'm speeding again. Yeah, it makes such a difference, doesn't it? And yeah, it's nice that they're improved. Yeah, well, that's what I was on Tuesday, Peter. I did the full run from Manchester Piccadilly to Cardiff, and again, talk about the quality of seating, but I'm sure I couldn't have been more comfortable sitting in a Rolls Royce. And okay, it was first class, but it was absolutely wonderful. Brilliant view out of the train, and it was easily doing it again. That's the one thing about this slow line. It's it kind of teeters up and down quite a lot. Good evening, Andrew. Yeah, well, welcome aboard. Glad you can join us. Thanks as ever. Hope you're shaping up all right. Yeah, have they started to, have Cross Country started to do their own refurbishments? As you say, whether it will be of the quality that Avanti have done is another matter. Right, so we're on 100 now, but let's just go up to 90, and then the 100 goes back on just a few yards later. Yeah, that's good to hear, Andrew. Yeah, well, let me tell you. I mean, I had a 3-course dinner, and it was absolutely one of the best meals I've ever eaten, I think, and that includes train or no train. It was like, sort of cordon bleu quality food. It was absolutely wonderful. I can't speak highly enough of it. A brilliant experience. Yeah, it'd be nice to. I literally went to sort of mid-afternoon, so I had dinner, but I believe the breakfast is also very, very well recommended. You've only got to watch G Loves Trains. I think she absolutely raves about the Transport for Wales 67 service. Yeah, absolutely, Andrew. Yeah, it's saying that the Virgin flowing silk colours. And like I said, I was coming back yesterday, so I was on this section yesterday, and round about the Bletchley area, we actually came to a complete halt at Bletchley station, and then they announced there was a signalling issue, so they were very, very carefully and slowly, and then we were kind of, once we were past Milton Keynes, it was we were back up to normal speed. Then there was another Pendolino that held us up going into Coventry. They had some sort of incident on that train, and then we got held up by a stopping service going into Wolverhampton, so it was slightly on the slow side, but I wasn't bothered because I was in no rush. Yeah, I think the one thing that for me Virgin did a lot better was that their idea about catering was the fact that if you travelled in the morning peak or the evening peak, you would get breakfast, you would get dinner, and it would be full on. But if you travelled the rest of the day to be a sandwich, it'd be a little bit lighter. You would still be given alcohol, but still getting hopeless with this timekeeping, but it was a lot cheaper as well, so price wise, whereas Avanti kind of take the view they'll charge you for their, and it's not quite like a full dinner, it's nothing to compare with the TFW experience. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we were talking about that, Scooby, weren't we? So yeah, that'll be 2030. Hi, Mark Moss. So I think I'm assuming we don't actually get access to the down fast line at all on this run. Yes, it has been known to happen before King K games. Right, so we've got 90 again. So we'll try and keep an eye on that speed limit a little bit better than what I've been doing on this this run. And then hopefully we put the speed control on in a sec. Ah, right, Josh, yeah, right. just looks magnificent, doesn't it? The livery. They certainly do, Scooby. Yeah, you're well used to the madness by now, which is good. We're not too far away from being a year of live streams. Yes, indeed. Yes. I don't think I'm going to win this run, though. I kind of lost count of the score, actually. Oh, good question. I mean, we're going to be well into Trade Sim World 6, aren't we, by then? So it's going to be something along those lines. Right, I think that's what I'd written down, but then I confused myself. I have got I mean, actually, as it goes, tonight is my 149th video. So I'm still on holiday this coming week, so I've got a plan for the 150th one. But that's if I get a chance to put it all together. I don't think it'd be any good on flight sim. I remember many years ago, Scooby, and I'm talking about what would it be, late 90s, playing the very old Microsoft Flight Sim. I used to be able to just about get one of those small jets, and I remember being quite proud of myself because I'd worked out how to use the navigation, so I managed to flight from Birmingham to Manchester. Funnily enough, at Maze Tays, I mean, I haven't got that ETS2, but I was looking at some videos of it earlier on, and I was trying to work out because I was quite impressed by how accurate it was. Or I was looking at some of the British stuff, and it looked pretty decent, and I'm sure I saw bits around Birmingham where I thought, well, I saw the rotunda, but I'd be interested to know if the motorways are like are in any way accurate, because it'd give me sort of a satisfaction to know, you know, you're going through junction 15 of the M6, for example, and I think, yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. Sure, I could cause a bit of mayhem with it. Yeah, well, I think that's what was on these videos I looked earlier on, and I couldn't quite work out whether it is kind of that realistic or whether people have thrown in a few road signs or not, but it did look pretty good. Yeah, he does a bit for ETS 2, doesn't he? Oh, I've just realised, yeah, all-day stream, yeah. I think, well, I don't think it's going to be quite that far, but I think once we get to the 1,000 subscribers, then, you know, we kind of need to put up something that's fairly ambitious. So I'm not going to do it in one night, but I kind of had a little plan of, it's like, well, let's kind of go through every single UK content, and we won't be able to drive every single train. That would take a year. But I was thinking, let's do the whole of all the UK content, and do at least, you know, some would be perhaps shorter runs than others, but it's it might be it might. Oh right, okay. Yes, to me ATS means Alan Thompson simulation. American truck sim. Right, okay. All these acronyms. Yeah, sounds interesting. And as we say in this country, you know, I'm guessing it does exactly what it says on the tin. Interesting. I'll have to do a search after the stream. I'm intrigued, but a bit worried. Well, it's only my own computer, isn't it? But I'm wondering what it'll come up with. All I'd say, I think, with this competition tonight is thankfully it's been done. We're not adding the points together. It's because I suspect there's going to be quite an imbalance coming into. Okay, I've got you. Yeah. I see. Yeah, I get you. So yeah, under the siege. Yeah, I see. I love the name though. I presume that's got to be an American invention, isn't it? That name. Fantastic name. Yeah, because that's the one thing, isn't it? You know, you're driving your train, and you know, you can hear all the realism of the speed, but you don't feel any movement whatsoever. So that'd be quite good to see, wouldn't it? Yeah, I think that's really good. I like that. That's a clever idea. I don't know, whose bright idea was it to do this run? Mine, I think. Yeah, so it's sort of vibrations, as it were. But yeah, I can sense how good that would be, because you would. It just gives you that extra sensation, that extra bit of realism. Ah, right, 185. Yeah. So the yeah, the Train Sim Classic Transpennine unit. Yeah. And again, that's a lovely route as well. When you drive the Hope Valley line across the Pennines. Well, it's South Pennine. Well, it's Derbyshire really, but it's across the Peak District. But it's lovely, lovely from Stockport through to Sheffield. I like it. There you go. You see, you'd kind of assume, wouldn't you, that kind of train driving, you know, as a hobby would be relatively sedate and you know, isn't going to annoy the neighbours. But when you've got the you've got stuff like that going on, I guess. Oh, that's excellent. That has made me chuckle. Yeah, well, I think that's what it's all about, isn't it? And I mean, this is what I love about Train Sim World. And you know, Train Sim Classic is, you know, still pretty good, but it's a very old game. But you know, when you're doing like this, you're doing a run like this, and you almost feel as though you really are actually there, and you are driving this for real. And again, I know when this first came out last year, I mean, my brother's not, as I said, he's not as much into trains as me, but he was quite blown away with it. As we come out of Euston, he was saying, "Wow, that looks really, really realistic." Oh, I think there's absolutely no doubt. Oh, was there a... There must have been a AWS that's broke there or something. I'll tell you what a tortuous run this has been. I don't think there's any doubt that you're back in the game, Amaze Taste. I'll try and concentrate for the... Hang on, let's get this off. Right, now we've got power. Ah, okay, yeah, the old task thing, innit? Yeah. Well, it's about typical for the old run, to be honest. Disastrous from start to finish. Well, I think there's no doubt about it. I mean, thankfully I've got this 3-1 lead, so I'm 100% sure that Amaze Taze will be pulling it back to 3-2. Oh, welcome back, Christopher. Yeah, you had your, you've had your dinner. Yeah, no worries at all. What have you had for your dinner? freight train coming through as well at the same time. There we go. Well, I think there's no doubt about it that you'll have annihilated me with the score on that, because that was concentration just went completely there. Ah, excellent. Yeah, excellent. I think that's the thing. Sometimes you just have to be pragmatic, don't you, with these things, because sometimes they charge some ridiculous prices. It's worth absolutely popping out. Yeah, that's Scooby's neck of the woods. I needn't even bother looking at the score. I can't remember what you said. 14. There you go. Thrashed me on that one. So, well, I'm still ahead, but it's that's much closer. It's 3-2 now. So that definitely puts you back into the hunt. And well played. Yeah, it's still possible. So good timing, Christopher, because I know you like the Bakerloo line. So we're going to do Bakerloo line now. But yeah, an excellent scenario, by the way. I say scenario. Another great timetable run. I didn't quite do it justice with the driving on that one, but it just remains the fact that it's a brilliant timetable. Yeah, absolutely. All worked out well. So we're going to do. I think Scooby might be doing this run actually, because this is on the actual Bakerloo line rather than the West Coast line one. So we're going to do Elephant and Castle to Queen's Park. And we're going to do the 23:24 service of Elephant and Castle. So we'll probably have quite a few drunken passengers on board, I would have thought. The 2:11-16 is the service. Yeah, sounds interesting, Josh. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Oh, why has it done that? That's strange, isn't it? It's running fine all night. Perhaps the computer's getting a bit hot. Ah, right, okay, Josh. Yeah, well, yeah. Thanks for joining us again. And I say, still feel as though I've got absolutely loads and loads of runs to explore on that timetable. Has it crashed on you as well, Amaze? That's incredible. How strange. Yeah, it's a nighttime run. Although, to be honest, we're only going to see nighttime when we come out at Queen's Park. But we'll see how time's going, because we could potentially just do a short run then Queen's Park to Stonebridge Park Depot. But yeah, thanks for joining us, Josh. Yeah, speak to you next time. it's funny, isn't it? It really is weird sometimes, the game. How it, I can understand it dumping whilst you're playing it in the middle of a run, and you just literally the time. But why on earth would it refuse to boot up like that and then the next time be okay? Yeah, all right, okay, another early start for you tomorrow, Maze Tays. Yeah, it's only to Queen's Park, yeah, that's right. That's the idea. And then, as I say, if there's a bit of time at the end, we'll see how we're going, but, if we've got time, we'll do a separate run on. I kind of like to split them up because I don't want to run to, say, Stonebridge Park Depot with the older route. I prefer to just do it as two because you'll get the better scenery by loading it up as a separate scenario. So that's fair enough for Mace Tage. Yeah, that's quite understood. I say you don't want to overstretch yourself with having to get up so early, and have you got the bank holiday off next weekend, Mace Hayes, or it seems as though I know from before when we had the bank holidays, it was, I think you pretty much had to work them all, didn't you? Yeah. Right, so Bakerloo timetable, so 2021, 1972. All these services, incredible, isn't it? You should have to bother about AWS driving this thing. Yeah, that was the one. 2, 11, 16, Elephant and Castle to Queen's Park, 23, 24. Ah, right. Yeah, I thought that was the case from last time. They need to give you some more time off, I think. We just need some rowdy singing now, don't we, on this service to kind of make it genuine for 23, 24. Let's get me seat first. You know, it's that long since I've driven it, I've almost forgotten the buttons on this thing. There we go. And I mustn't forget as well, this is something I often forget, but to put the lights on for the passengers. Queen's Park. So we're due off at 23, 26. We've got about a minute to go. Yeah, I think there's a Jago Hazard video about that. Why is it called Elephant and Castle? Which is not quite as good as Del Boy's explanation for in Only Fools and Horses, because that gets some mention as well, doesn't it? Yeah, definitely right. Yeah, yeah, that's proper hard work. Yeah, it is second week, so I'm not planning on doing a great deal this week. So I'm hoping we might get to go out for the day. Probably not till Saturday, really, with me brother, and take the dog out somewhere. But it's nice. It's a nice thought, because I have got the bank holiday, so it's nice to think that even now I'm only just starting the second week off, and I don't go back till until a week on Tuesday. So that'll be quite nice. So even like next week when we're doing the bank holiday stream, but shame we don't get that off as well. The funny thing was, when I always tend to book these things in January, but I never actually worked it out straight away that the bank holiday was immediately after. So yeah, it's worked out nice, that. I haven't looked to see if there's any diesel galas on at the steam railways. That would be quite nice. Oh, I know. Tell me about it. I mean, they are kind of kept an eye on, and obviously, I mean, we deal with other brokers, and they, despite the fact the out of office is actually on, they just ignore it. It's kind of like, well, we sent the email, so we're not bothered. So things will tend to move on, but they just don't get deleted. That's the problem. Right, Andrew. Well, I know it's a horrible time. I mean, it'll be yeah, I've kind of gone through that experience myself, and it's a nice day in the respect that you're meeting your family, and you can celebrate him and everything else. Nobody can ever enjoy your funeral, but you will have a chance to be able to reflect on things. So yes, I hope it goes all right for you. I'm going to try and be on my best behaviour in terms of the speed limits as best I can. I have to say, with the sound mod that we've got now with this, you could almost be there, couldn't you? You could almost smell and feel and touch and actually be on the train. It sounds so much. Yeah, that was lovely, Mandrew. Yeah. Yeah, well said, Christopher. Yeah, very true. Well, I think that's the thing, isn't it? And you know, the fact that your dad, you know, kind of had a connection with the 37 as well it's something that you'll never lose track of. And whenever you see a 37, you're always going to think of your father. Excuse me. Yeah, grand old train, isn't it? The 156. I can actually remember the first time you joined us on one of the live streams, and that was actually, and I remember saying at the time, "Oh, that's appropriate," because I was driving the 156 on Train Sim Classic on a run from Manchester Piccadilly to I think it was Buxton, if I remember rightly. Yes, it's like when the Stoke games when we'd sing against certain teams, we'd be, you know, "You're not famous anymore," and it feels a bit like that with Man United, doesn't it? So, I mean, there was a time when the idea of Arsenal going to Old Trafford and getting a win would be, you know, I wouldn't say unheard of, but it wouldn't happen very often. Yeah, very reliable old beast, certainly well, still are the 156s. I've done quite a few of those in Scotland, sort of Glasgow Queen Street out to, well, I've done Oban and to back from Inverness as well, having gone on the sleeper. Yeah, it certainly is, isn't it? How times have changed. Yes, well, I've done. I've been to Oban, and I've also done Fort William to Mallaig in a 156. Sadly, I've never done it on the steam train because it was booked up when we actually camped in Mallaig for wow. Thinking about it, it's 21 years ago. It was 2004. Oh, I just saw that flicker of a signal there changing from yellow to green, so it mustn't be too far behind the train in front. Yeah, it's a beautiful. I mean, both lines are magical, really. Yeah, well, that was it. And like I say, when we were camping, we went Mallaig. So we went Mallaig to Fort William. But then when we went to Oban, that was part of a kind of a week-long trip with me brother, and that was kind of towards the end of the trip. But we got the train from Glasgow Queen Street out to Oban. I always remember it was a Friday afternoon, and there was these school kids that got on in Glasgow, and we were kind of assuming they'd get off somewhere in the Glasgow. I mean, they made a right din all the way through, but we kind of assumed they'd get off the train somewhere in the Glasgow suburbs. Never for 1 second imagining that they were actually going to go all the way through to Oban. Yeah, it's got to be right up there, hasn't it? Really has, and of course even more so now because of Harry Potter. When you go over the Glenfinnan viaduct. I mean, I know when Manchester Airport commuter route came out, I was kind of saying, talking up about Stockport Viaduct, and it was kind of like it's still very impressive, let alone things like Glenfinnan. But of course, all due respect to Stockport, but it's not quite in the same scenery that you have with that you get at Glenfinnan. And I would imagine that, I mean, Harry Potter must have excuse me, Harry Potter must have done so much for the line, and boosted the interest and the trade in terms of the steam train. I mean, everybody loves to go on a steam train anyway, but ticket sales must have gone through the roof over the years because of Harry Potter. And they've got this rather exciting thing as well, that if you get off the Caledonian Sleeper, you're actually greeted at Fort William with the right time of the year, of course, but greeted by the steam train on the other platform. Oh, excuse me. Ah, right. Celtic, of course, Parkhead, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, this was like Friday afternoon. I suppose it was Friday afternoon, Friday tea time, but I can't remember. Yeah, they might have got, perhaps, yeah, they must have got on at Delmelly, yeah. Perhaps they didn't get on at Glasgow Queen Street, but yeah, I honestly thought, right, they're going to be on this train for minutes, and they were kind of a bit of a nuisance actually. They made the experience a bit noisy, and because it was, I think it was October time, towards the end of October, so it was Baker Street. It was quite a tortuous journey in a way. I mean, it was much better coming back the other way the following day because it was light, but this was like night time. Oh yeah, definitely. And I'm not a great fan of buses and coaches, to be honest, given the choice. Give me a train any day. Do you mean when I've driven it in the game? Oh, you mean in real life? No. It was a few years back. I don't think the 153s were around then. So it was very much just a 156. But you know, I'm getting back a good few years. Yeah, well, I've probably said before, but I mean, I've been on the Caledonian Sleeper 2 or 3 times, and so I've generally been asleep for the section between Crewe and Edinburgh Waverley. I've usually fallen asleep by the time I've got to Crewe, even after having had a bit of dinner. But I'm usually woken up at Edinburgh Waverley because that's where they start doing a bit of shunting. So never heard the actual bangs and the movement of the train, but it obviously must have woke me up because every time, on each occasion, I've woke up at Edinburgh Waverley. I mean, I've also once been separately to Oban, where we drove there that time, and we actually camped at Oban, and lovely place. And there was an absolutely massive cruise liner that came into Oban itself. Absolutely huge it was. Well, it's all right for the night, and it's it's a little bit more salubrious, shall we say, than used to be with the Mark III stock, but yeah, it's decent, and you know the shower's fairly basic, and you get a shower now. But it's yeah, it's all right for the night, and it's dead exciting leaving London Euston. You know, sort of 9:30 at night, and thinking that by the following morning you're going to be in Scotland. Quite expensive though. Yeah, well, funnily enough, I mean, my sister also, for years and years and years, she wanted to do it, and she was quite jealous of me doing it. So, but she has now done it. But when she went on it, she actually more or less tried to stay away because she didn't want to miss out on the experience. But with me, I found that being on a train was the actually perfect thing to set you off to sleep. Oh yes, indeed, Andrew. Yeah, funnily enough, I was talking about that to somebody who has been on holiday in that neck of the woods recently, and I said to that, "Did you stop at the Green Welly stop?" And I think it's kind of legendary, isn't it? But we certainly did, yeah. And we loved the name. Right. I've not actually, Christopher, no. I quite like the idea of it, I suppose, but yeah, again, they're expensive, aren't they? Yeah, it's just kind of how it, you know, it's, I mean, the whole area, isn't it? Like, you go through, I mean, that's at Crean Larrick, isn't it? Or it's certainly where the road junction is. And you go through miles and miles and miles where you just feel as though there's nothing going on at all, and then suddenly you get this cafe and a chance to put some petrol in. As I think is it a petrol station as well, as I remember? I say it's quite a few years ago now, but I suspect anybody that's you know, sort of done a holiday around there will never ever forget the fact that they stopped at the Green Welly stop. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the thing about the Caledonian Sleeper was there was a kind of a project by British Rail in the 80s to, I think they wanted to basically stop it. And I don't know whether, you know, they perhaps were thinking, well, we'll still run it to Glasgow and Edinburgh, but I think they actually wanted to claim declining numbers and close it off going to Fort William. But I think there was a lot of high-profile people that actually campaigned to keep it going. And I think now it's dead popular. You look on any given day and you struggle, unless you book it a little bit of time in advance, you struggle to actually get a place on it. But I think it's, I don't know, I think it's things like Agatha Christie and Murder on the Orient Express, but you know, there's something glamorous about the idea of spending the night on a train, and it certainly appeals to me. Absolutely love. Again, you know, I was talking about my meal the other day on the train down to Cardiff, but I really enjoyed as well kind of having a meal before going off to bed. Ah, right, okay, yeah. and as I've told you before as well, we're very much linked to the West Highlands because, of course, we've got a Westie, a West Highland White Terrier. So, you know, we've got... we'd like to take him one day, so he can see his homeland, as it were. Oh yeah, it definitely is, yeah. But you kind of, I mean, the way I can't remember how much it costs now, but the way I kind of sold it to myself was it's kind of, you know, you're paying for a hotel for the night and you're paying for the train ride to get you to Inverness or to Fort William or to Aberdeen. Yes, absolutely, yeah. Yes, in fact, he made us laugh last week because literally we got to about the 4-hour mark and I heard a scrape on the door, and he was basically after me giving him something. So for some reason he'd worked it out in his clever little mind that it was time. And whether he'd heard me say a certain word or, you know, something like that, I don't know. But he certainly got it in his mind that I was coming towards the end of me stream, because he was basically saying, "Come on, it's time now for me." Yeah, absolutely. I think it's good to say you've done it at least once, and you know, I've done it I think 3 times now. But the last time I kind of had to go again because I wanted to try out the new Mark 5 carriages and just contrast it with the. I'd love to do the Aberdeen one actually at some point. Go to Aberdeen portion because again. Much as though I love driving over on the 5 circle, going over the Forth Bridge, I would love to do that in real life. That would be incredible. Now, okay, you're not going to see it at night time on the sleeper, or okay, you might be able to see it if it was in the summer in the morning, but I'm thinking about mainly about the journey then coming back. Yeah, we actually I can't, was it last year or the year before, but there was, my brother was dead excited because we actually saw the Northern Lights here, and okay, the photos he took with his phone looked a lot clearer than what I could see with the naked eye, but he was dead excited. Yeah, absolutely. I think these things, you know, you obviously, I think if you did it half a dozen times a year, it would lose its appeal and its attraction. But to do these, it's like one of those bucket list things, isn't it? You can say you've done it, but you know, you can look at your photos that you've taken, etc. But it's not about that. It's about your memories of a wonderful day, which you'll never forget. So I really enjoyed that Class 67 run on Tuesday. That was absolutely lovely. And I also went on the Gavin and Stacey tour as well, which was brilliant as well on the Wednesday. So a good few days. But yeah, I think sometimes you just got to do these things, haven't you? go. So coming into Queen's Park, but I think we've still got to take it out to the depot, haven't we? Do you know, I've never noticed that before, but it shows with it being a nighttime run, but just saw the way the points moved across. So I always get confused here, but I think we have the road, don't we? We've got a southbound Bakerloo line train coming in as well. Yeah, absolutely. And again, that's partly why I like to do these things in a not raining and stuff like that. It's lovely to see it, that starry night. I think he's just been concentrating, either that or he's fallen asleep, but I think he's just been concentrating on getting the run in. There we go, so that's my score then. Oh, well, oh, you thrash me, Scooby. I mean, to be honest, I was pretty pleased with the driving. So what am I? 17,070. So yeah, well done, Scooby. That's a good score. Right, okay, yeah, he's nearly there. So is it going to be a 4-2 victory for me, or will it be 3-3 to finish with? Just shows, I think it's clearly you've got a better skill in terms of just getting the speed right coming into the stations, Scooby. But yeah, really difficult to maintain your timekeeping on the Bakerloo line, I always find. So I think I'll call it a night after this, I think. We've done the 4 hours, haven't we? So again, another fabulous stream, and enjoyed your company as ever. And again, quick shout out to anybody watching that hasn't done so. If you consider liking and subscribing, I'd be tremendously grateful and appreciated. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so you must have been better. Again, better timekeeping. I mean, I think sort of speed limit wise and everything, I wasn't too bad there. But yeah, He certainly does, yeah. It's a victory for Scooby. Well done there. And in terms of our contest, 3-all. But yes, indeed, yeah. Yeah, another fantastic contest. Really enjoyed it. I went a bit doolally on the West Coast Main Line run. But yeah, there have been some really good runs. So again, wow. I mean, that's even better though, Scooby, to be honest. But then maybe, I suppose, if there's one route that you could learn to drive hoodless, then the Bakerloo's perhaps the easier. And maybe, maybe just looking at the speedometer. I think what I wouldn't like to do, though, if I was doing it hoodless, I'd still want to see to know what notch I was, if that still comes up on the screen, then. But yeah, well done. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks all. Oh, Amazed, just one quick question. Just remind me what your forum name is on the on the TSW forums, because I've forgotten again. I wrote it down before, but no, I saw it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well done, Amazed, by the way. Yeah, well done. So as you say, 3-3-all. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, really good contest. Yeah, enjoyed all the runs, and yeah, it's been good contest. Very good tonight. I'm glad at least I've been a bit more competitive, because I had kind of 2 weeks where I think you basically wiped the slate the last 2 weeks. So it was good to get into the game, as it were, a bit better. So it's all about concentration. But yeah, thanks all for watching, and I'll see if I can get something up in midweek. As I said, it should be the 150th video, so I need to try and make it a bit special. Yes, indeed, yeah. Hope things all go well for you tomorrow and the rest of the week. And yeah, thanks for everybody's company. And once again, until next week from the live from Powerflower Trains and Planes, it's good night and thanks for watching.